And we are live. Hello, everyone. I hope everybody is had a great week, and some of you may be listening around the world, country, or hearing this as a podcast, or seeing a replay, or watching it live. And I hope everybody has a good weekend. And switching screens. It's not that screen, but this screen. Okay, and yeah, so we're going to talk more about the alien because we found some good information yesterday, and tonight, we're going to discuss it further. Okay. So now, as I said, we're going to talk about this and the mummy thing, and before we get into all that, I'm going to start with a game as I usually do, and then get into the other topics as we go on. Okay. Now I'll be switching screens to the game, because as we usually do. Okay. It's loading. Alright, here we go. Alright. Yeah, so basically, if y'all are planning anything this weekend, feel free to share it with everybody. Today I did some stuff with the yard, with the cats, in the different areas. I cleared out. And I've not been to this island. Yeah, so... Yeah, hello, Rebel. Good to see you, man. Glad you're here. And, so basically, I am going to do some things this weekend with my different projects and things that I'm doing, and playing the stuff with the gardening. And also, I'm excited about that. And I think it was very good yesterday what we talked about, and how basically it certainly needs more investigating, it needs more looking into than before. And I was talking about and how they had, let's see, I'm going to turn on some music, and if something's wrong with the volume, y'all let me know. Yeah, so basically summing up everything before, we get into it. So basically, like, I've always believed in the different alien findings and stuff, but I understand that there are many hoaxes that could be around, and I wasn't denying that this particular incident was a hoax. I do like to see both sides before making a judgment on it. And because last night we're talking about this other alien UFO investigator that knows this other person, and they had like the same person was showing the alien mummy, also was showing a fairy, an alleged fairy that was shot and found. I know it's graphic, and thank you, Amanda, thank you. So basically, what happened with that was it fooled veterinarians. It fooled he was not intentionally trying to scam or con people or get something fake. He was just basically like fooled innocently. And the alien mummies could still be real, but it's more on the side of it could be one of the hoaxes. it's very likely it could be that. But before a judgment would be made, for sure, we would have to have a further analysis, a further studying on the two alien mummies before making an assumption about it. Oh yeah, Amanda, I agree. It was very cool looking. It reminds me when I was in Mississippi during Katrina. I like talking about that. And so basically, we went to this taxidermy place where they had these taxidermy animals. And I thought they were very interesting. And that's what it reminded me of. And also, it reminds me of this shop on Magazine Street. It's in New Orleans, where they sold, like, to go back on memory lane for a moment, it was like snake, eggshells, and that's what I basically think. That about the artifacts. So they sold like different crystals and rocks and stones and things like that. SE facts. Nice to see you, man. I like that one. That was funny. Yeah. So basically, that's what Amanda, the fairy thing, reminded me of something from one of those places, and I think it's cool too. Hello, Stranded. Glad you're here. We're just playing a game for a little bit until as the others come, people come. So, Stranded, we were talking about just a moment ago the alien mummy, and so basically, as I was saying, that there needs to be more investigation and analysis on it, like, and I'll go through the stuff again tonight, what I went through last night, because it's not an exact repeat, but it's basically a repeat of what we talked about yesterday, in like a review or an assessment of what I talked about last night. So basically what happened was a doctor in Mexico and the Congress of Mexico was talking about, was reviewing the alien mummy, and was showing the x-ray of it and the intricateness of the skeleton, of the different bones and stuff like that. And hello, DJ. Nice to see you. So basically, that is what they were showing. So it was more than just something that was paper mache, like people were saying. And I was saying, because I studied art in school, and since I was a kid, like a little kid, and the paper mache is not something like that. That would be more of a sculpture type thing. And since there's bones and a skeleton in it, it can't be like a paper mache. It has to be, it's more intricate. So basically, with the alien mummies, and as I've talked about in this channel, there's a lot of findings that have happened with the different That's funny, Stranded. And yeah, so basically what happened was, as I was saying, and they're reviewing it and things like that about the alien mummy creature. And this other guy, this other person on YouTube that studies about the alien things, he was saying how he knows the person Stranded, and he bought this alien, not an alien, a fairy, the person that had the alien mummies. And so basically, what happened with this was, he bought a fake fairy, pretty much. So it fooled veterinarians and it fooled experts and scientists and stuff. And then again, the same guy bought these two alien mummies So the guy we were watching in the video last night was basically saying how he feels that it's very fake, the alien mummy, but he doesn't know, completely for sure. We would have to have more studies on the alien mummy to see if it was really real or not. And I think that is fair, because I leaned that it's real, but I don't know what I don't know, and I was leaning towards it, but I wasn't completely convinced it's real exactly. But I know that there are alien and different artifacts and things, so that's what I think, that basically that people need to do more studies on it. And I'll read some articles and things like that about the alien mummy. Like Stranded, you and I were talking about the skulls and different stuff like that. And, different elongated skulls, like there's different artifacts that they have. Exactly, Stranded. I do agree with that the people are mad about what they voted for, but they like reap what they sow. Hello, Way of the Road. Good to see you. So, as I was saying about the aliens, so basically, I think that there are many artifacts and things like that in different parts of the world, and the ones that we see now, as I said, there needs to be more investigation on it, and in a little bit I'll read some of the articles from before. And right, Way of the Road, I do agree about your area that it's not really doing the right thing. That it's basically with the gun restrictions, and it's good that they're not enforcing that. Now, I think with the trials and different things they're doing, they're trying to throw off the country, and it's not really good. They just want to cause destruction and stabilization. Right. Way the road. I understand. And I wouldn't know much about that area, because I'm not there. Oh, I see. Way of the road. I understand. And I think in the times we're in, with, like, say with New York, I think that basically, they learned the hard way. Yes, Stranded and Way of the Road, I agree. I agree. And as I said, in a little bit we'll read the different articles about a variety of different topics. And for now, we'll just kind of chill and chat. Yeah, SC, I just saw your video just a little while ago before I went live. You did a very good job, man. You're welcome, Missy. And also, you know, like this island is an example of where some of the native peoples and different tropical islands were at, where they saw the alien gods and things like that. It was very interesting. Glad all you are here. It's the newer ship that I got. I believe it's the same type that the Spanish came over here in. Yeah, so and like as I said about the alien mummy, to take things granted, talking about the alien, and basically the chat was wild, chat was fun, and basically, yeah, but no, Stranded, I understand what you're meaning about ABL in general, that place, and also with the call. Yeah, because I remember with Made in Japan, he's a good friend of mine. And basically, and as I said about the alien, we're going to get into the articles and stuff, Stranded, in a little bit, while we just chill. And we're chilling right now, but we're going to go into this stuff later, in a little bit, rather. So basically, you know, the chat was getting excited for me because I was going to call in, and Way of the Road actually was saying that I was going to end the guy's career or something like that, to the effect of that, and it was exciting, and I had the next call in. Yeah, and also, basically, yeah, Way of the Road with Made in Japan, yeah, because remember he called him out. And that was nice, Way of the Road. I'm glad that you gave me a shout out. That was nice. And I was explaining, because as I said, it could be a hoax. As I said, it probably, you know, it could be fake. But assuming it's real, because say the other situations and things that they found already, that basically it's good to, as I said, like, innocent till proven guilty, so to speak, in this situation. Maybe not in every situation that would work with certain people, but in this situation, I think it's good to do that. To basically go and assess the thing and study it thoroughly, because it does need more research on the alien mummy. There needs to be more research on it to see if it's really fake or not. And the guy that bought the alien mummy, as I said earlier, he bought a fake fairy that wasn't really a real fairy, and you know, the dude, it fooled the elect, it fooled the veterinarians when they did x-rays on it. So the alien mummy is a mystery. It could be real, maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but like the guy that we're watching last night that was warning people to be very, very, very skeptical about the guy. He means well, but he gets tricked sometimes. And that one time, and as I was saying in the chat last night, it's like the boy that cried wolf. And we know this from in our political environment with anything, because we talk about political things here. We talk about the aliens and a variety of different things here. So, and these different, if you, like the samurai Musashi was saying how if you see the way broadly, you'll see it in everything. So, applying the logic of the boy that cried wolf, the guy that bought the alien mummies, just take it with skepticism, but don't completely say it's like not real just yet. But it probably could be a hoax, because say they took hypothetically, some monkey or some primate creature and did some mold out of it, did some kind of sculpture out of it, and made a very elaborate thing. But it could very well be real, though. It very well could be a real finding, as I said, Stranded was telling us, and I was talking about the different skulls they found. And in South America, there is very tiny little people and very tall people, like I was talking about before. So it could be a real artifact, or it could be something from somebody pulling a prank on the guy. And as we read the articles later on about that and the variety of other things, we will see our opinions and thoughts about it. And yeah, and Anthony McQuaid was here last night. Shout out to him. And also, I liked him when he was a mod on ABL. I think he did a good job there. But yeah, the other night with the ABL show with the alien mummy was epic. It was epic, and just basically saying about the existence, the existence of the extraterrestrials, and how they exist in different parts of the planet. Yes, Stranded, you're not the only one that has noticed that about him. Other users have thought that too. And so basically, and some people have noticed, like me, I'm just calling into the show and things like that. And like some people think he might have like some favoritism with some callers over other ones. Like he might give some people more time than others. That's what some people that like watch the show tell me that they've noticed. And also with your saying about the way he's been acting, yes, Stranded, I do think that that's been happening, and I don't know why, and other people have noticed it, and it just like with me, I started noticing things when Anthony McQuaid was not a mod anymore. That really triggered me. I was not happy with that. I think that if he made some mistake or something, he shouldn't have the rights taken away like that. He was there for so long. And that's just my opinion. And people can feel free to refute me if they like, because last night we were talking about the argument about the thing being real and the argument about it not being real. And basically, with the alien mummy, it's a mystery. It's an absolute mystery. Yeah, but I think it was, epic to see AOC get roasted. The Bible says you reap what you sow, and people had enough of that nonsense in their city. And I'm glad that New Orleans is having some issues of homeless people. There's something going on with that a little bit. It might be just an individual situation, but there's something going on with that, perhaps. But there's no mass amounts of immigrants here, no. I might have seen one person that was from somewhere else, from some African country maybe, but because the accent. But that is basically, New Orleans is alright, but it just has its usual issues like it always does. Exactly, Stranded, I agree. That basically the trolls have been running wild on there, and like Sabina has not been there in the chat because she's in California seeing some family. she was telling us, and I think she took a road trip there, like she drove there. She was saying. So I think that basically he was, the trolls and stuff are going out of the whack. And I remember I was telling one time, yeah, Stranded. One time, you were saying about where the mod's at. You were saying, and Zato Luigi's Cane Sword was saying something. He can't block an opinion. I'm paraphrasing. Don't quote me on that. He's a good friend. He's a cool dude. But there's like these people. I don't know if he saw it. I tried to point it out to him. Perhaps I didn't make myself clear. But there's these usernames that were kind of vulgar. And it just, yeah, I agree with you, Stranded. It's turned to a Wild West. But in here, if there's trolls in this chat, it wouldn't work out too well. Way of the Road, I don't know a lot about that information. If you could elaborate on that, about Matt Mittens, I'd appreciate it, because I'm not familiar with the topic. I know about it, but if you could tell me more what you know, I'd appreciate it. Oh, Stranded, I didn't know that. Thank you for sharing that with us. From The Office, that was funny. Way of the Road. And I'll also mention about the deception with the alien mummy from another perspective, how it could be being used for the New World Order and for an anti-Christian agenda. I'll also mention that too. It's a variety of different things. And yeah. And the cannons didn't go in the direction I wanted them to go in. That's funny. So I have to go this way. Yeah, and yeah, because New Orleans is a blue state. I mean, a blue city. That wouldn't make any sense for it to be a blue state, because it's a red state. Yeah, but New Orleans is blue. Yeah, Way of the Road. Thank you for making that clear. Thank you. Okay, so he must have, because Anthony was supposed to, he's going to at some point come on here and talk about what happened when he's ready. But thank you for shining some more light. I heard it's had something to do with Matt Mittens. I heard that from one of the other people. And yeah, so I think that still, in my opinion, I think that Anthony should have been blocked. I mean, not blocked. Anthony shouldn't have been taken off as a mod. Yeah, about the pre-shows coming to fight. I mean, I don't know. It's just... And also, I'll say, it's good to learn about the political things and stuff. I think that's good. And also, to keep up with what's going on and not be distracted. And I do think it's good to... Other things are also good to look into as well. A variety of different things, in my opinion. Like, which we all have, you know, different hobbies and things. Thank you, Way of the Road, for telling us about that. I had no idea. I just see parts of it, like, because I have been doing a lot with the cats and stuff and things with my family, so I haven't really been there in the pre-shows at all. really taking my time with this ship. Some of these ships have some, like, nuclear weapons on it. Alright. Alright, sunk. Now we're gonna go out into the open ocean. Oh, Stranded, thank you for telling that. Thank you for telling us about that. And SC, I'm glad that you keep on making videos and you keep, you know, putting effort and passion into your work. It's like no great thing was created suddenly. And I'm glad that, you know, you keep on doing it. And I'm seeing what y'all say in a moment. I'm just gonna dock here for a little bit and chill. Alright, so let's see what chat's saying. It's over about the place. That's a good point, Essie, about that. That's a good point. Way of the road, that sounds ridiculous that people are getting upset over things like that. That's silly. But thank you for telling me Way of the Road. I'm learning from you all. From y'all. Yes, SC, I know a lot's been going on with you, I understand. And I'll look forward to those videos you're going to do in the woods. And I understand, thank you. Way of the road, I totally agree. I totally agree. And there's a lot of topics. And as I said, to me, like this, you know, I like talking about aliens and the different things like that and these other topics as well. I think they're both very important. And I think, as I said, besides the immigration from space that's happening, the immigration from the border, I'd say is as frightening or more. Exactly, Stranded. I totally agree with you. That's a very good point. Very good point. I understand Way of the Road. I see. Oh, Way of the Road. I have seen that. I have certainly seen that. What those people were doing. With the border and stuff. Yeah, I've certainly seen that before. It's absolutely terrible. There's a lot of stuff going on down there, and they're just letting them in. Yeah, they could be letting in terrorists. They could be letting in all kinds of different things. Exactly. That's another point a good point that you have. And also, they could be, that group, or anybody. It could be all kinds of people. I agree, Essie. I mean, not Essie, Way the Road. Oh yeah, exactly, Stranded. I think that basically with the there's homeless veterans and homeless people that could be helping like that, but they don't help them, but these other people, they put them in hotels. I understand it's cringe. I agree, Stranded. Yeah, I agree, Stranded. That's a good point. That's a good point. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that Way of the Road. I didn't know that. They're just dumping them off like it's a package. They're like their cargo. It's crazy. Hello, Anthony McQuaid. Glad to have you here. We're talking about a variety of different things. I agree, Stranded. That makes sense. Thank you, Way of the Road, for telling us about that. I didn't know. Alright. Now we're on this crab island. Yes, Chad, I agree. And yeah, so I think the situation with the trials and stuff that's going on in the country is really cringe. And I think with, as I said, with the alien mummy, it's very skeptical, and it needs to be investigated further by scientists to do a further analysis on it, even further, to make sure it's not a hoax. Oh, really, Stranded? Stranded, thank you for sharing that. I die again. Yeah, Stranded says they moved the Greyhound bus terminal out of downtown and into my neighborhood. Doesn't make sense they would take it out of the center of the city, put it in the neighborhood, but maybe so they can ship illegals without people noticing. Hey, that's interesting, Stranded. That's interesting. I didn't know that, and that sounds very suspicious. I know about the Greyhound buses. because of my cousin Norwal, the one that passed away, the one that you met before Stranded. He used to go on the Greyhound bus to see his cousin, to see his nephew. He didn't go on the airplanes. He would go on the buses for certain reasons. Away the road I see. I may have taken a Greyhound on a field trip to Baton Rouge one time when I was a kid for the summer camp. That's the only time I think I used one. Yeah. Yeah, about the airplanes. I understand, Stranded. Yes. And Stranded, I'm glad that you liked my call on the ABL show that I did. Yeah, I was charged up and I was very hyped up for it. Yeah. I love talking about the aliens and stuff. It's very interesting to me. And also recently there was the comet that occurred. And I have seen comet. I was talking about this last night, that I have seen comets before. Like, I was in my yard one night, just looking at the sky and stuff, and I saw a comet. It looked like a green comet, and it was just going slowly across the sky. It was one of those epic things I've ever seen. Oh, wow, Stranded. That's crazy. You had that experience. Wow. And your car was stolen, and you found it down there. Wow. Well, thanks for sharing that with us. And that's cringe that they're moving that in your neighborhood, where you're just trying to exist and do your thing, and they're trying to ship all the cargo in your area. And I think that it's just terrible, the situation. Like, also with the war over in Europe, you know, that I just think that, like, they're trying to destroy us. The within, from within. I understand, Anthony. I understand. And I really think that it's absolutely terrible what you went through and what's going on. And Anthony, I feel bad. Like, we were talking about this before you came. I'm glad that you showed up. That basically, I liked it when you were a mod on ABL, and you always kept the chat safe. You always did an excellent job, and you do good all the time. And it's not the same because they're just because like Bina hasn't been around because she's in California seeing some relatives. And and there's like no, and also just some of the stuff is just being allowed there that shouldn't have been allowed. So I totally understand Anthony. Now there's Zato Ichi's cane sword. He's there, I guess. I don't really. He's there, but like there's a, you know, I don't know how much he could do because there's still trolls there. Yes, Anthony. Yes. It would be nice if you were there, and as I said, you know, you didn't do anything wrong. You're welcome, Anthony. Stranded. How people don't care about, they just don't, the policies are making, they just don't care about you. Or anybody. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, shout out to Way of the Road. Yeah, shout out to Way of the Road. And oh yeah, and Anthony, I could sense that you're uncomfortable, and I was uncomfortable too with the situation. You know, and the way we think it's inappropriate what he did, but the way ABL acted against you. I was buffering. Okay. Am I still buffering, chat? Okay, so I was saying something like the politicians and the policies are, it's adding fuel to the fire by bringing more of those people in there that you're speaking of to the neighborhood, and that the people that are making the policies just don't really care about you specifically at all, or the people there like they say they do, that are putting those policies in there, whatever party they are. And if I'm still buffering, chat, let me know. Okay, thank you. Alright, it's good now. Ooh, they shot that high. Oh yeah, we sunk them. Alright, we can go after this one. And also, at some point, I remember I was talking to Anthony. At some point, if he felt comfortable about it, still he would come on the StreamYard and talk about it whenever he was ready. Or I mentioned that before. At some point in the future, and because I know bits and pieces about what happened, something happened with Matt Mittens, and about these other incidences, and basically, but I know about it, you know, I could sum up what happened pretty much. And yeah, I think that basically, yeah, with the show, it's going in a bad direction. Oh, okay, Stranded. That's what I was thinking, that they're probably rhinos. Okay, it's buffering. Something opened. Okay. I don't think anything else is really open but this game. Let's see. Well, I don't know. I think I fixed it. Just let me know how it goes, chat. Okay. Yeah, thanks for letting me know, Stranded. I think it should be better. Alright. Well, that's news to me, chat. That is news to me. And yeah, Stranded, I was saying about that I thought that your place, that it seems like the people there were rhinos. That's what I was saying. That if they're Republican, they're rhinos. Yeah, that makes sense. Not surprised. Yes, SC, that is good. I am thankful that we did meet each other there. That's good. Yes. But the thing is, it's like, over time, things, like, changed, in my opinion. But it's good that we all met there. But also, and if it wasn't for that, I'm sure we would have met another way also. But it is good that God used that medium. And one thing I'll say about the mummy thing is that some people were saying about how they could be using the alien mummy thing, because, you know, like the ETs and stuff, these anti-Christian movements, that they could be using that for anti-Christian agenda for the New World Order, to try to prove that we're not from God, and that the aliens created us and stuff. So that is a possibility. They could twist it around to use it for something for the New World Order. And we know with the different situations with politics or with the alien stuff, that we know that there's a lot of things that are going on to be against us. Yes, Stranded, that sounds good. Yes. You know, and that God can use different things for good, like bad situations for good. And it's good that, as I said before, chat, we can't make sense looking forward but looking back. Thanks, Amanda. Thank you. And yeah, you know what I think it is? It can only be this thing. Let's see. I'm going to switch screens, and we're going to look at some pictures, alright? And we're going to get into some of the stuff, and we'll still talk, we'll still chill and talk, but I think it could be the game dragging the stream down. That's the only thing I could be thinking of. Yeah, let's go I'm going to go to a different port. Somewhere. Alright. Turn the torch guy. Okay. And then we'll go and switch it. Alrighty. Okay, so now we're going to be here. And I know this is just like whiteness. Alright, so let's go to, like, say, farm animals. We all like farms here. And we'll talk for a little while and chill, then I'll get into the topics. I don't know, something with the game could have been in the connection, maybe dragging the stream down. So we'll go, like, look at cute animals and talk about this topic. That it's unfortunate with the situation, what's going on in this chat. I mean, with the other stream. Yeah, man, that maybe the aliens are getting to me. Maybe the alien mummy allies are trying to get to me. Exactly. Y'all are funny. Y'all are hilarious. Yeah, and I felt like that with Anthony McQuaid, where all of the trolls are coming and doing stupid things, and like Anthony wasn't able to help us out. It's like he was being disarmed. But for the time period that, in the beginning, we were meant to all meet each other there, and it's good that we did. And I think, looking back, that's what the point. Perhaps, like, you know, there's people like Oprah and stuff that were... Maybe in the beginning they'll get people and fans and stuff. Then when they get where they want to go, they turn on everybody and do stuff, in my opinion. So there's people that could... There's wolves in sheep's clothing, is what I'm saying. You've got to remember that people may always be a certain way, and they show their true colors later. Exactly, Anthony. Exactly, I agree. And one thing, I'm excited for Halloween. I'm excited for it. I'm excited for the Halloween season. I'm thinking out loud. Okay. Alright, and then we'll get into the tiki thing. Alright. Just making sure that's it. When we get into it. Okay. Alrighty. We're getting to that soon. Stranded, when you block someone and you're not a mod, basically, like, it blocks you from seeing the person, but it doesn't block them from the chat. Okay, Anthony. Okay, thank you. And yeah, because I just, with the show, as I said, like, you know, it's disappointing with the different things being brought up, and there's a lot of important stuff going on that I feel is not always, you know, being discussed, you know, and I think it's good, you know, like here we discussed a variety of different things. It's good. Okay, Stranded, I understand. Understood. I'm not saying you didn't know, I just was letting you know. But yeah, I agree. You know, it's good you did that for your peace of mind. That's funny, Amanda. Like, the way you said that. I remember with Bina, I remember she was saying, like, to one of the people that she was going to give him another chance, then she was going to block him. That makes sense. And this is the alien cell right here. And, you know, Anthony, you will be, you know, I don't like the situation either with ABL Live. And they, you know, like me on there. People like my calls and stuff on there. And I don't like what he's doing to you either. So, keep that in mind. Also, that I understand, and other people that may not be in the chat right now I've talked to have also felt the same way. But I like my friends there, my friends of Bina and them. They're cool people. But yeah, something with ABL himself is just, and he's causing this rift. It's like, it turned into like a ghetto, in my opinion. Hello, Latina. Hola. We're looking at farm animals and stuff. The game was kind of dragging the stream down because maybe there's something with the connection, may not be as strong tonight, but we're going to look into the articles and things about the mummy, but right now we're chilling for right now. And just like talking about different things. I understand Way of the Road. I understand. And I think it's good for people to blow off steam and say their thoughts about what's going on in their heads here. Because people, you know, we can talk about anything people want to talk about here. And the balanced opinions about, like, you know, people can say their different thoughts about a variety of different topics. Right, Essie. Right, Essie. I agree. Oh yes. Oh yes, Stranded, I understand. And also, Stranded, yeah, I agree, and he was acting aggressive, and like someone else is pointing out how he got out of character for a second, he was saying, and then he just like gained his composure back. It's like he's acting the whole time. Right. And you know, some of the callers like will get more time than some of the other callers, and he likes to talk about the Black Wall Street and things like that. And how great he is, how great their people are. And I think that the race thing doesn't matter, and some people make a big deal out of it. Like there is some movements in the past about the black nationalism, and they're against some of the white people. So that was something that occurred, and some people believe in those things. But I believe the whites and the blacks and all races, we're all Americans, and we all need to get along. And the race does not matter. It's not about the color of the skin, but about the character. Tina's funny. And positions understood. Alright, drink some water. About to put the picture of our little friend up here. Okay, way of the road, I understand. Alright. I've heard about the Tim Pool thing before. Alright. Let's see. This interesting thing. And I've seen the different clips and stuff of him, but I need to go and watch him more. Alright, Stranded. Exactly. That makes sense. That's from what I heard too. And yeah, so oh, you watch him too, Way of the Road. I understand, and that's cool. That's cool. I don't really watch political things too much. I do attend the ABL live show, but I do also, I don't really look at too many political things anymore. There's other things I'm focusing on. Yeah, Way of the Road. That's what I've noticed too. A lot of the people are grifters. Yeah, I noticed that too. And also, you know, one thing, a quote I was just thinking just now that popped in my head is that, you know, Jesus was saying that the greatest sacrifice is he that lays his life down for his friends, and I think it's good to, in the quote, that it emphasizes the importance of your friends and standing up for each other. Now, One thing that is clear is this alien is one of my ancestors. That's something that we all know. It's nice seeing this one. I've heard stories about him. Now it's deep and emotional for me to see him in his casket. He's finally been discovered. Alright. Soon I will be getting into the topic. Y'all can still talk about whatever, and I'll engage with y'all, but soon I'm going to get into the alien mummy thing and the refutations, the arguments for this and against it. And I like this discussion we're having. It's good that we're talking about this. Oh, Dr. Steve Turley, he's very good. Yeah, he's very good. Yeah. Yeah, those are good channels, Anthony. Yeah. Right on, Anthony McGlade. Right. Oh, okay. You think it's him? It's him. He's the one that strained at you here. Yeah, one of my ancestors. Isn't that something we met? Isn't that something interesting? Very interesting. Looking at my dude, and we talked about this one before. It's like a Nephilim child thing. Because there's a lot of, as I said, in South America, they had little people and very tall people. But someone could make a fake. So, you know, obviously someone could make a fake. Flakes. It's cringe. Way of the Road, thank you for sharing your thoughts also. I like seeing what you have to say. I value your opinions. Along with everybody else in the chat, of course. Let's see what this article tells us. If it's going to be productive. Christmas is coming. Do anything. Let's go here. There we go. Yeah, Beavis face. Oh my goodness. That's a start. Yeah, he does. Look up some alien mummy memes. Bring me the Powerade, bro. A blue Powerade. And we got Grand Theft Auto. I like Tucker Carlson. He's a cool dude. I like him. Facts way the road. Alright. And the dude is like chocolate. That's just hilarious. Yeah, chat. This is the new gulag. Yeah, listen to Latina. Exactly. Brainy looking. Oh. Oh, good lord. We found Joe Brandon. He's the alien. Let's see. And we have this, it's like the meme says, laughing my ass off, reading expert posts what alien autonomy is supposed to look like. Skeptics pointing out the alien skeleton structure does not match a human body. And then the other side says, me wondering how the fuck do people know what alien autonomy is supposed to look like. People are wild. Yeah, shout out to Tucker. He's a cool dude. Alright. Just say, U.S. government Area 51 is off limits. 300,000 suicidal millennials. Are you really in charge here? Yeah. It's like the face you make when you're in cloud 9 about to go to sleep. It's like when someone's high. Make that face. Alien is a cake. I've not seen that one yet. No, I didn't. And I'm about to get into the article in a moment. Let's see. See what I could find about this. Any images about that? Oh, I'd like that. That's an idea. That's a plan. Yeah, so this is one that I see about the alien cake. So it's like one of his ex-girlfriends. It looks like one of my old teachers. A couple of them. Oh. Oh, okay. It's a video. Videos. Yeah, I saw the picture, but the video doesn't seem like it's there anymore. Stranded from that post. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's there anymore. Let's see. Try to see if it's here. Let's see if it's on this one. It's on this other one. That looks good. That looks good, chat. Hey, my next birthday, I want that. That's really cool and creative. Alright, so I found the video. So everybody, I found the video. And I have to take the chat off the screen. There we go, okay. So, alright, so this is the video Stranded was telling me about to play for y'all about the alien cake. Here we go. So we're gonna go here. Alright, so y'all could see it a little bit better than before because I had the chat. Silly alien. You blame the alien man. Alright, now we're gonna play it. Here we go. Looks good. Looks good. I'd eat that. That's very clever. Delicious. Yeah, thanks Stranded for telling us about this one. Alright. That's going to be the new thing for kids to get, is these alien cakes. Alien cakes. Always think differently. yeah, Anthony. Yeah, Biden's brains, right? Oh, Stranded, it looks delicious. And Rebel's teasing us. Naughty Rebel. I thought the alien mummy got to him. But he would not. He would end his whole career. He certainly would. And I thought he was like something with that. But it's good he's still here. He was just pulling a little prank on us. LOL. Yeah. I like the idea about the cake, and thank you, Stranded, for showing us. Way of the road. Well, would you eat this cake? Wait. I would like to know the answer to that. But also, I'm going to do something interesting here. Alright. Okay, we're going to do something fun. As usual. So spaceship's a fun place. Whee! Yeah, see, I'm showing this cake that Stranded was telling us about, and I found it on Twitter. And I'm not logged into Twitter on this, but basically, there is this on Twitter. There is this alien cake. Like, you remember how we're talking about the alien was presented to Mexico? That, and they're saying it's like a cake. So someone made a cake out of the alien mummy. That's genius. Hey, yeah, spaceship-shaped ice cream. And now we're talking. And it can be... Also, there could be a flavor of ice cream with the mint and chip. And have a big party with everybody. Oh, if the cake sat up, we would have a vampire story right there. It could be from the original video, in my opinion. That could be very possible. And shout out to Vanessa Sierra, for this post. Cool post. That's funny, Essie. That's something we could all agree on, is that we would all eat this cake. I don't know if cake or cats bring more world peace. That is a tough one. Alright. Time for articles. We're going to go through this like we did yesterday. And I'm going to, with the information I have from before, I'm going to analyze the situation with our alien cake friend. Alright. That's true, Stranded. And cats like to jump around the room. We have a cat in a cage. One of them is in one of the bigger cages, and it's like a pinball, just goes back and forth, and it jumps around. So yeah, that's true. There you go. Yes, Amanda, I understand. I understand about that. So it looks like the cake will bring more world peace than the cats, it seems. The UFOologists display alien corpses during Mexico's UFO hearing. The 2 corpses were discovered in Peru in 2017. UFOologist Jamie Moassen claims they're talking wrong about having different findings like the thing with the fairies. I have a slight allergy to cats. It doesn't really... Alright, so as Mexico's Congress held its first hearing on UFOs, a self-proclaimed UFOologist unveiled what he claimed were alien corpses from Peru. Jamie Moassen, who has previously been connected to the alien claims that were later proven false, testified under oath that he believed the bodies were not terrestrial in origin. In his testimony, he said the Autonomous National University of Mexico had examined the bodies. He also said X-rays showed there were eggs inside of them. Yeah, Stranded. Yeah, Stranded. It was planned. Hopefully that improves it. Hey chat, tell me if that's better. Is it better, chat? No response. Okay, so I'm not getting any feedback from anybody. Okay, Amanda said something. Hey, good. Alright. And yeah, it seems like, so I'm just gonna have to do it this way. So, okay, so basically that the Mexican Congress was reviewing these aliens, as you could see here, and that it wasn't just paper mache, it was some type of this thing. It was intricate, and like you take an X-ray and see things in it. And Moassen was known to have a situation where he bought a fairy that was fake. And basically, so the person that was displaying this and was behind this accidentally bought some fake humanoid thing before because it had wood in it. It fooled veterinarians and a lot of people. So this thing, as I said, it wasn't something made paper mache. Paper mache. I have a paper mache thing in my room I made at art school when I was a kid. This would be more of a sculpture. And if it is fake, they took some bones and some parts from some kind of primate or something, and basically what they did was they hypothetically created this thing, and but it's not necessarily fake, it's a mystery. So what they have to do now is they have to investigate it even further than they already have to really make sure that it's not something fake. It really needs to be analyzed again, because we are showing the other stream that basically what they were doing was they were showing the interior, they're showing the x-ray of it, they're showing the different parts, and the Mexican doctor was explaining the different parts and things and how it was something not from our planet. It could be some type of human Nephilim creature, person. It could be some interdimensional thing, or it could be some kind of a hoax, but a very convincing hoax, but it's still a mystery. There just has to be further explanation. And the gentleman that I was showing yesterday on YouTube, he was saying about how he believes it's a hoax, but he doesn't know 100% for certain, because he knows the person, and the person made the mistake before. That's why it's good not to cry wolf, because the fairy thing, it looked like it was real to the experts, but when they pieced it open, it had wood in it. So this thing, it's like, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. It could still be real, but take it with a grain of salt. And SC Wolverines provided it was an article that wasn't the best argument, not what he was saying, but the article wasn't that great, but the person that knows this person, that's a UFOologist that studies the Nephilims and the different things that we talk about on here, that believes the aliens are interdimensional like we do. He is in the field, believed that to take this with a grain of salt, and that he didn't think it was real, but it just needs further studying. You know what, Stranded? You did say for me not to fly too close to the sun. You gotta blame the alien man. Again. Yeah, so basically, so that's the situation, with this alien thing. And they had some other one thing, but yeah, so those were the two. Yes, this was another one that was seen. Yeah, so here we have these different things. That was another alien type creature that we're seeing. And these are the hands on one of them. And now some of these people are saying it could be a new species of human or whatever. Right. Yeah, because SC's saying how he would like to see it in person, and he would agree. Right, yeah, I agree. And this is another one they found. It's a similar thing. Yeah, and as I said, I would like to, there would be more studies on these things to see if they're real or not. And they had a big thing about it. And also I want to say that some of the YouTubers, the Christian YouTubers, were saying about how there's a theory that perhaps they might push these agendas with these things to try to debunk the Bible and to promote the agenda with the New World Order and the aliens, because the aliens are interdimensional, and they might use this as some kind of a proof that they are the true ones and our religion is not true. So that is another perspective, that it has to do with a deception, because remember, it says, the Bible said even the elect will be fooled. So we also always must be on guard. And as I said, I remembered taxidermied things. I remember that from when I was a kid in school. I mean, not school. I was in school, obviously, but it was during Katrina when I was in Mississippi, and I liked the taxidermy. Animals looked interesting. So yeah, it could be something like that. So people say it's paper mache or this or that. It's a sculpture, perhaps, if it was something like that, but not exactly. A paper mache. Right, Stranded. And that was something that I was saying before on the side of it, that it could be a real thing. Because I was saying before on my other streams about how in South America they had these little people, I was saying, these giants, and that a lot of the different critters and creatures that were there because of the aliens and the interdimensional beings, that when I still leaning on the side that it's real regardless of the situation, that basically that it reminds me of something from one of the ancient gods, or one of those, it would be if an alien human, like a Nephilim type creature, a thing like that from Incans or Mayans, because they found artifacts and stuff like that before. It's just the person that presents these things, he accidentally bought a fake thing before that was proven false, that fooled people. So just pursue it with caution, and I didn't know that from before, and I'm still, until it's proven false, and I acknowledge it could be false, I'm going to lean that it could be real. But I understand it very well may be a hoax. And I could even say how it could look like a sculpture. And perhaps they could have based it on different things from that area. Or it could be a real thing, a real extraterrestrial, interdimensional thing. But we would need to do more research, more investigations to say it's false or it's real. Yeah, Stranded, it looks like a carving, the one sitting up. I'll go back to that one in a moment. And yeah, this one again. And there you go. And it reminds me of a mummy from Egypt. It looks like a mummified thing from Egypt. And it also was like reptilian. Like the doctor from the Mexican doctor was saying it was like a reptilian. Stranded, you did it again. You did it again. You might have to go and time out punishment for that. Now, they've been largely dismissed as a hoax, but yeah, so one of the mummies, known as the Maria, was found by a team led by controversial Mexican journalists. Jaime Moassen. Conspiracy group drew attention to the body's deformed head, elongated fingers, and a short documentary on the discoveries. Dr. Korotikov of St. Petersburg said that at the time the features were not a deformity and that the find was another creature, another humanoid. Yeah, so that's the thing, and it looks like that, this mummified thing, it does look like a sculpture. It sure does. And yeah, that's it. And let's see. That's like inside of it. But not everyone is convinced by the findings, with the UFO experts saying that the extraterrestrials are plaster-casted models made as part of an elaborate hoax. So like what Stranded was saying about it could be some kind of an elaborate hoax. Leading UFO expert Nigel Watson, author of Haynes UFO Investigations Manual, told Mail Online last year, "I'm no expert on ancient mummified bodies, but they tend to be more leatherish looking. Yeah, Stranded. It could be real. The face seems like some sort of cover rather than an actual face. Yeah, I agree. And that makes perfect sense. Yeah, that makes sense. SE, do you agree? Do you also think this one is probably fake too? I'd like to know your thoughts. Alright. In May 2015, he promoted the photographic slides claiming to be pictures of an alien recovered from the Roswell flying saucer crash of 1947 that were later proved to be fake. The group's lead researcher, Korotikov of Russia's St. Petersburg University, has previously strided controversy when he claimed he had invented a camera that can photograph the soul. Exactly, Stranded. He's going to have to go and prove. He has to go and do the wiring on the ship. I'll get the possum on that immediately. That will be the next thing will do, and he has been doing the dishes very well for the spaceship. Soon, our month. Alright. That's the x-ray of it. Hopefully that'll be better with the connection. Alright, I understand. Makes sense. Yeah, see, I understand, and from your field and all, and also, Yeah, and also, as I said that, basically, interesting thoughts, chat, interesting thoughts. Yeah, it easily could be a fake, because there's a lot of fakes, and there's a lot of hoaxes. And I don't like fakes and hoaxes because it hurts the actual credibility of real situations that occur, of real findings. That's something I don't like about the fakes. And my fellow spaceship crew is, I like the passion for this, because it's like, if it's fake, it's good we're calling it out, because it's not good to have these things fake. Right on, Stranded. Right on. Okay, SC Wolverine, I agree. My position is the same as yours, that there needs to be more information about this before we can debunk it completely. So it'll remain a mystery, but approach it with skepticism. I agree. Remember the possum? I went up to him and I invited him to the spaceship crew because that's where he's at, because he's with the cats and stuff. And he was like, he's like, oh, all right. And he was washing the dishes and he had a cap on. And Tweetsel's a very big cat. Yes, it would be Amanda. Dip it into the British accent. Alright. Come on, dude. Whatever. Alright, anyway, so if that's the skull. You can see parts of it. Alright, Stranded, and if Stranded or anybody wanted to call in, they could. Like, if Stranded wanted to call in, she can, but she doesn't have to. But yeah, type's better, Anthony. For a long time, I liked typing. I mean, I liked talking, but I also have come accustomed to typing. Hello, Tyne Duff. We're speculating about these humanoid things. If they're real or not. Nice cat picture. I like that. Dude's all huddled up. Right on, Amanda. Buffering, okay. Okay. Let's see. All right. Let's see. Hopefully that's better. There's no tabs open. There's just some kind of a connection issue. Anthony could call in if he wants. That's fine. And yeah, there's no other tabs open. I even didn't like I was telling you what the articles say. I didn't even look at the articles. There's something this usually doesn't happen. There must the connection next door must need to be reset. You know, that will need to be done tomorrow. But hopefully we'll still have something working for y'all tonight. Thank y'all for the patience. Thank you for the patience. And we have some alien pictures. We're gonna, talk about this, like the grays. And y'all let me know if it's better. Let's see. Okay. So Stranded says they have found ancient Asian people they believe might have been people of high power. That they died and their bodies mummified and had their bodies covered with clay material. I did not know that, Stranded. Thank you for telling us about that. And yeah, so this is the Greys. This is one of the species that are very famous. People have had encounters with them. See how they're the weird skulls and weird heads, things like that. All right. Thank you, Amanda. I'm glad you like the X-rays. That possum needs to really get to work and really he really needs to be on the job. And I'm going to go text my cat to see if he's been slacking or not. Okay, Anthony, thank you. Take your time. See, these things have similar skulls to those other things. To the alien mummies, if they're real or not. Oh yeah, Skinny Bob. Oh. Really, dude? Yeah, that's Skinny Bob. That's very... Yeah. Thanks, Freaky. He's wearing his clothes. His long hands. Yeah, Skinny Bob there. He's chilling. And going back to the gray aliens. How about that? Really good. Yeah, this is me earlier when the spaceship connects earlier. I was like, what? Those are some of the aliens in the woods. Got these things. Yeah, so to sum up the situation about the alien mummies, summarizing the situation, there needs to be more investigation and more scientific analysis on the alleged remains to see if it's a hoax or not. Simple as that. and we had some cool refutations. We had some good arguments in both directions, and that's pretty cool. And these are the Greys, the famous ones. That I'll tell you all a story. So, like, remember, like I was having some dream recently about a flooding scenario, like a hurricane here. Like again, it was not a pleasant dream, and like the water was coming through here. It was not nice because I remember Katrina, and I was like, I was having like it's like a dream about if something like that were to occur again. And it was like stormy. It was like hurricane weather, and the thing just like flooded through, and water was coming through the house and all, and the windows and things like that, and it was not too nice. So, and then I woke up, and I had an instance of what's called a sleep paralysis. So basically, what that is where you're like awake. Trigger warning for everybody, but you'll see something like if you're awake, like kind of like a hallucination a little bit. And I wake up and I see these three gray alien-looking things. When I woke up, it was kind of like I was still dreaming a little bit, and I'm like, whoa. And they're like way up to the ceiling, and they're looking at me. I'm like, whoa, that doesn't really, I didn't really like that too much. And I'm like, so that was a recent dream I had, and because basically like people will see these different things and stuff, and these apparitions, and that's something I had recently, and I wonder the technical parts about that. That would be interesting to know, because we could go down a rabbit hole about that. And so recently, because I was thinking a lot about the Greys, and then we had this week with the alien mummies. And basically, you see the face of this thing, it looks very evil looking. Like, you wouldn't want to find some person like that. It doesn't look like a sweet cupcake at all. Alright. Amanda, so a thumbs down, it might like tell the algorithm that the video is not popular. That's what it would do. Either nothing at all, or it would cause the algorithm to not promote the video. And thumbs up helps promote it in the algorithm. Yeah, so basically, with the aliens, they, you know, these things are not good, and people with these occults and stuff that are trying to, like they'll summon an alien, like Way of the Road was talking about, and I was talking about how they summon these beings and things like that. That is basically like what these occultists do. So that proves that there's something there, but these other things would divert it from a hoax. Exactly, Amanda. It does feel real in those dreams. It does feel real. And because I remember, like, I was like upstairs next door, and the lights are still on, which is kind of odd. I usually, and when I was young, I would go up there, but I stayed down here. I remember because I was in Katrina. I was in some other area. I was in Florida, but so it was here, and like from over here, I could see the water coming through the windows and stuff. Yeah, it felt very real, and I could see it, the flooding coming through in the dream. I'm like, and my house was like a ship. I'm like, well, this can't be really happening. Hopefully, it's not. And and then, as I said, I woke up to these. I was still dreaming. I thought I woke up, but whatever. And I saw these three alien things looking at me. I'm like, they must not be liking what I'm saying. And maybe they're the ones that were messing with the stream earlier, chat. You never know. And And usually the grays are short, but like these things look like, it said, very tall up to the ceiling. It's marvelous how these ones were pretty interesting looking. And so basically, the alien, they look something like that probably. Yeah, they look something like that. They're gray alien looking things, but they look more like that. And like in the dream, the whatever, I was like half asleep, half awake, whatever. And they're like looking at me, and I kind of was like snapping myself out of it. I'm like, okay, that was weird. And also, I like spooky stuff and things like that. But yeah, it felt very real. And so basically, a trigger warning for chat. There's something called I'll look it up right now. Y'all could see what that is. The sleep paralysis. But I like horror movies and things like that. The sleep paralysis is temporary loss of muscle control. I don't really have that. Just after falling asleep before waking up. But like it's when you see like things in the room with you that aren't like, say you see like SpongeBob looking at you over your bed. Like that's like what the sleep paralysis is. And as I said, the dream was interesting. And yeah, the Greys, the aliens give off strange vibes to them. So SC, it had some weird vibes to it. I was more like I was like really fascinated. And also, it was very fascinating, but it was, and it was some kind of evil presence. And it was weird. So that's like an artistic interpretation of the sleep paralysis. Now, this is funny, they didn't want to have a cat. I've had things like this before. Oh, I've had all kinds of crazy nightmares. They're very interesting. Yeah, because cats always like to harass people for food when they're sleeping. Yeah, Stranded, he has like a poker face. Exactly, he has like a poker face. Oh, Amanda, you gotta understand another thing about YouTube chat is that there's a lot of trolls and jealous people, as we know. And Amanda, it's not going to negatively affect your channel or your video, in my opinion. But like people do that because they're jealous of you and they're trying to troll you. So just I get that too. People have thumbed down my video. I've gotten a lot of thumbs down sometimes with certain things and bad comments. So, but it won't affect your channel or your video, in my opinion, because there's a lot of us that like your content and things like that. So basically, to not be, they're just haters. Okay, Anthony McQuaid, understood, sir. And Latina, thank you for sharing that about the foreigners. I agree. All right, so Tyne Duff says the creepiest dream I ever had was cross that my grandma had on her bed wall kept turning upside down, and I was literally on the wall trying to keep it upright while the whole room around me was in, engulfed in flames. Yes, Tyne Duff. It sounds like, the demons and the enemy, the Satan, they'll attack. And I've had demonic attacks in dreams. I've had them many times. And simply, they'll try to troll you and attack you because you're doing the right thing with Christianity. Now, sometimes people could be going off track and then they let things in, but in your situation, I think they're trying to attack you because you're, righteous person. But yes, that is a scary dream, Tyne Duff. That's very scary. And I've had similar situations like that too. And thank you for sharing that. And yeah, they're very frightening and very realistic. I remember there's this one time, I have a whole book of crazy dreams about that. We could get down that rabbit hole and chat and share it. And thanks for sharing that, Tyne Duff. I don't know about the most scary one, but I remember one time I was in the front room, and basically what I was saying was, and there was this thing in the front room. I was in like the bathroom, and I walked out into the living room, and basically there is this black rubber thing with no eyes and no mouth. Well, it just had some kind of hole there, and I like jumped on its back, and I was a teenager, and it kind of like dumped me off, and I was like up in the air, and I saw it roaring at me, and I went and like I was able to like ascend downwards and attack it, or like and get rid of it. And then also in dreams, I had these situations where I would meet some person or a thing, and basically they were, in the channel, no, not in the channel, I would be talking to a person, and I like wake up in the dream. I would have vivid dreaming, lucid dreaming. I'm like, well, you're not supposed to be here, and the person's like something to the effect of they know they're not supposed to be in the dream, and it's like some kind of an evil being, and like I'll look around and I'll find like a cross and like a Bible, and I'll read it the Bible, and the thing gets nervous. Some of them go off very quickly. These look like a person. So usually people I know, but they're not who they say they are, and I know it, and they have like a smirk on their face. So then I like read it to them, and they get nervous and they want to stop and not do it, and things like that. And then I'll keep on doing it and rebuke them in the name of Jesus in the dream. And then eventually they go away and the dream ends. Now sometimes there's real powerful ones that don't go away, but eventually they stop. So yeah, I remember there was an instance where I was in the area. Yeah, Tyne Duff, she does seem like she has good stories, and I would like to know her thoughts, her stories, rather. Yeah. And also, basically, I was being chased by something. There's something lurking around the area, the yard. It's like this place, the two houses, and then I prayed and I rebuked it. And I remember my friend, who is the person that did the research on Nibiru and the aliens and stuff, along with me when we were my best friend from my youth, and I have a lot of good friends from my youth from school. Shout out to them. And he was saying that his uncle had a near-death experience where a handsome man with a regular-looking pitchfork was telling him to go through a door when the person had near-death experience, and the person, my friend's uncle, didn't go in there, and then he was, and he came back to life. So another thing is to not go through a door. He was telling me to not go through a door, be deceived to go into a door. And I had a dream one time of people trying to get me to go into the back room to go through a door. I'm like, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. And basically what happened with that was, basically, I was just looking at chat for a second. Basically in my, situation, and these things are coming through the ceiling. These different things are whispering and talking, I knew there's people in the back room, and they want me to come in and look like there's some kind of, not a fire, but some orange light. I'm like, I don't know about this. And then this lady came in the dream with me and prayed with me, and then the dream ended. So that was a holy apparition. And yeah, see, demons like to hate, and I'll explain about correlating. And one thing I want to point out is that remember we were also talking about the aliens, and as you could see with these occultists and stuff that are against us, they also are in cahoots with them. So it's all connected together. It's not like I'm talking about a different faction of the same thing, more the science fiction side of it. Yes, Amanda, that sounds horrible. Yeah, that sounds horrible. And also, so basically, yeah, Amanda, that sounds like a terrible dream. And basically, what happened was in these situations, I remember, as I said, I have a cross and a Bible, and I would rebuke it. And with about the demon people, there's people that are influenced by demonic forces, like so in this other realm. And there people have their natural sinful nature or their natural issues. And basically, what happened was they were trying to, like, people could have a sinful nature they're born with, and then people will have influence from these demonic forces to hate and troll on people. And when you're doing the right thing, when you're doing stuff correctly, the enemy will attack you, and the attack of the enemy will end in God's glory. And like, say if like the African animals, or any animal, when it's about to give birth, it goes into labor. There's labor pains when you're about to give birth to something new. So those are some positive things to remember with these dark situations. But yes, the enemy will attack. And I've had, bad dreams as well, but in the dreams I've had, as I said, a cross or something laying around to help me out. And Stranded, the possum, the cat texted me that the possum said that Stranded, you told the possum that it could have a break for the first half of the stream. Is that true? And Amanda, you can take off the likes and dislikes and comments if you wanted to, but like with me, I just have people comment and like and dislike, because if people can like it, if people could dislike it, they can like it too, and you can have positive and negative. There's pros and cons to it, but you do what you feel is best. Oh, it was before she was born. Oh, okay, I didn't know that. Wow. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there'll be things to try to frighten people and stuff. Getting a message. I'm right with you. See what she has to say. Peach sent me a message. She was saying about, she sent me something from Acts 2:17. It says, "And it shall come to pass in the last days, saith God, I will pour out my spirit upon all flesh, and your sons and your daughters shall prophesy, and your young men shall see visions, and your old men shall dream dreams." Stranded, I've had premonition dreams too. Yeah, because I've had dreams like when my friends are coming over from Texas, and they'll come over from Texas. I've had like psychic type dreams before, and some of my ancestors and relatives had psychic type dreams, but that doesn't mean every single one is a psychic type dream. Yes, Stranded, the cat is ratting on you again. I think that that you need to the bribes need to be going on. I think there might be some bribing going on. That's what I think. Because the cat Tweetzel was, that's what the possum was saying. That the cat is ratting on you and those things like that. And the possum was able to have a break. And that is naughty. And also at the time of 3 a.m. is the witching hours. So that's like like witches and stuff would do things at that hour, and that's the time when the spirit world and our realm are thin. And I've woken up at 3 in the morning. I saw the ark. I was in my backyard, and I saw this, like, the sky was like different colors, and it was like really golden looking. And I saw the Ark of the Covenant come down in my yard with the corn from a long time ago that y'all weren't around for that corn batch. And it was growing, and it was like pulsing like a vein. And I saw like Jesus and his disciple Ark of the Covenant, and it was humongous. It was very, very big. And it was like vibrant and powerful, this thing. So that was a good dream I had. And I saw these, my ancestors and relatives had them. Like, one of my friends was, not my friends, my relative was in the army, and my great-grandfather rather, had a dream that his brother was going to die in a crash, and he did. Yeah, Halloween. That's another thing we talk about, Halloween. We talk about Halloween on here, too. Yeah, so, yeah, Stranded. Yeah, shout out to Peach, and I'll tell her the message if she isn't watching, which I think she's watching. Yeah, no, Peach is watching. Yeah, I got confused for a second. I'll explain in a moment about Halloween. Anthony McQuaid says, I once had a dream about Fort Ticonderoga when I was 9 years old, and told my father about the fort itself, having never been there. I could have been there in the past life. Yeah, good question, Anthony McQuaid. And also, basically, of the reincarnation you're talking about. That the reincarnation, I'm not too sure. I have to look into the reincarnation thing, because I've like researched about it when I was younger, and that we thought maybe that people come back, that they choose to come back in certain situations. Other Christian thought says that we don't come back, we just go to heaven or hell. I have to do more research about that. But you could have been in a past life, perhaps, and maybe God showed it to you through a supernatural of a gift, that you were able to see that God showed you that place, like a prophecy of a place to show you his power, that God allowed you to see that in a dream and gave you the information. Or perhaps it was a past life, but I don't know about the past life thing. I have to do research on my opinion about it. That's just my opinion. But I have done research on that when I was younger. Just, it's been a long time. I don't know what my stance is on that now, but that's possible. A number of possibilities. And it's very interesting. Thank you for sharing. Ticonderoga. And I've never heard of that fort, actually. yeah, Stranded, you're you're going to have to give that kitty a talk. And Tweetzel is bad sometimes. Tweetzel. All right. Okay, let's see, we're having a problem. I'm reading something real quick. Bear with me a moment, chat. I'll be with y'all in just a moment. And also, so Peach wanted me to tell you all this. So she says hi to everybody, and everybody. She hopes everybody to each have a wonderful weekend, and she hopes to join soon. And she's staying on the busy. She's staying busy on the farm, and doing stuff with that. And she says thanks to Stranded for the shout out. All right, so I'll look up the fort. But so basically, Tyne Tough, Tyne Duff was talking about Halloween. So Halloween is when the spirit realm and our realm weigh thin. So the ancient Celtic people, they dressed up as different creatures and things that they were seeing from these other dimensions, and they would have these feasts and things like that. Yeah, Latina. Yeah, you can. Yes. So basically, so yeah, so these Celtic people, they would dress up as these Halloween characters, and because they were seeing them in their dimension, because they want to blend in with them. That's why there's decorations. There was. That's why there's decorations. That's why they have all these things, because these ancient people, they would see them because the spirit world and our realm would wear thin. So Tyne Duff. That's why you're having those dreams partially around that time. Also, the frequency of the spirit realm and our realm was wearing thin. In recent times, it seems like that has been wearing thin more than ever before on a regular basis. So I think that Halloween will be very interesting, in my opinion, this year. And my ancestors, some of them, the ancient Celts, the people in Britain, they celebrated that, and they were just trying to blend in for what they were seeing. Like, say if there's a lot of aliens, gray aliens appearing, and we dress as gray aliens to blend in. So, and also 3 a.m. is also the witching hour, and that is also a thin link between our realm and the spiritual realm. Oh, okay, Stranded. Yeah, he's in for a rude awakening. All right. So, never been there until a dream. I left my father around. The difference was the cannonballs were around the small pyramids. And then, and also, somebody was saying something. Let's see. Yeah, Scary Pumpkins. Yeah, shout out to Ronnie. He gave me a shout out for the channel. Thanks to him. Yeah, shout out to him. And thank you very much, Ronnie. Yes. Amen. And also, say this. And so that's basically to answer to elaborate on the point of Tyne Duff, is that so the spiritual realm wears thin around the Halloween time, and that's one of the reason. And going back to the ancient Celtic people, so the Celtic people are Irish and Scottish and Welsh people before the English people, the Germans from the people from northern Germany came over to the island. So and the Scottish and Irish people brought it to America, and so the ancient Celts, like King Arthur, the thing I talk about with King Arthur and Merlin and stuff, like the spirit realm would wear thin, and they would just dress up like that to blend in with the people there. That's why we have decorations and things like that. So the spiritual realm and our realm is thin, and also it is at 3 a.m. I love these images and stuff. I can't get enough of them. A battery dropped. Oops. Okay. So anyway, yeah, and Peach was saying about how us believers as Christians, that and Christ is coming closer, and that the believers will have odd dreams, and that she also has the odd dreams too, and it's part of the thing that's going on. And you see, like this was the ancient Celtic people before Christianity, and they would dress up as these things because that's what they were seeing. To the witching hour thing in a moment. Tyne Duff, I am also. I'm related to a lot. I'm pretty much related to all of the European countries. And she says she was born and raised here in the States. She's Scotch, Irish, French, German. So, yeah, I'm related to that too, and different things like that. And I'm also into the history. Like my name's German. Hansel is my name. And also, we have. I'm also related to the Scotch Irish people, and also to the people in Britain, the people that are like English, Irish, and Scottish. To the people from the island, like that are there now. My dad's side's from England, and also from the people from northern England and southern Scotland, which are the Scot-Irish people. They came to America, but mine stayed here. I mean, stayed in Britain, rather. So yeah, that's pretty cool. Thanks for sharing. So it comes from the the Irish and Scottish people, the immigrants, and they brought Halloween here. That's where it comes from. Exactly, Stranded. Amen. We do need that. Exactly. Latina, have a blessed, and Duff, thank you for coming also as well, that you're here too. Now it's shaking. We're going down, now it's rotating. Alright. So, the witching hour. In folklore, the witching hour, or devil's hour, is a time of night that is associated with supernatural events, whereby witches, demons, and ghosts thought to appear and be their most powerful. Definitions vary and include the hour immediately after midnight and the time between 3 a.m. and 4 a.m. The term now has widespread colloquial and idiomatic usage that associated with human psychology and behavior, more superstitious phenomena, such as luck, it says. Exactly, Stranded, and hopefully the possum did it. I thought it was I thought I heard something, but instead it was just the cat. It was the cat. And the origins, the phrase witching hour began at least as early as 1775 in the poem Night in Ode by Rev. Matthew West. Matthew West is a good singer, for the record. It's a modern singer. Through its origins may go further back to 1535, when the Catholic Church prohibited activities during 3 a.m. and 4 a.m. Time frame due to emerging fears about witchcraft emerged in Europe. So basically, witches and stuff and the occult, they did things at 3 a.m. because it's the opposite of what Jesus did. Jesus did something at 3 p.m. He died on the cross. So 3 a.m. the devil and them come out as a mockery of Jesus. And this is where the spiritual realm is very powerful. Powerful with these ghosts and things like that. This is Gustave Doré's depiction. He's an amazing artist. This is his depiction of it. Let's see if it's loading. We're having some... Alright, we're just going to do it like that so I don't have an issue. So yeah, you can see the black and white picture. That's a witch, a warlock, and they're doing, like, the demons are dancing around it. There are multiple times that can be considered the witching hour. Some claim the time between 12 and 1 a.m., while others claim there is an increased supernatural activity between sunset and sunrise. And the New Zealand Oxford Dictionary identifies midnight as a time when witches are supposed to be active. So there's many different theories. It's mainly at night. Maybe I'm a vampire, wink wink. Just a joke. And basically, but 3 a.m. is a time where a lot of these supernatural things occur. And we see this throughout the history. We see this throughout, in our own time, that 3 a.m. is a very time even in sleep. And during this time, originated, many people had sleeping schedules that meant that they were awake during the middle of the night, like right now. Nonetheless, their physiological literature suggested that apparitional experiences, sense presence, are most common between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m., corresponding with 3 a.m. Peak of the amounts may stem to a human sleep cycle and circadian rhythm. The body is going through the REM sleep. So that also contributes to it as well. So that helps the brain access that as well. So it's a combination of many different factors falling into place. Well, this is like the sleep paralysis stuff and things like that. Stranded, thank you for sharing that with us. She says, okay, not to freak anyone out, I don't tell this, but when I was a teen, God gave me a vision. And things happening now. I think the vision is getting near. The next world war will be fought on American soil. Yeah, that makes sense. All right. All right. So basically, I had a dream one time that I saw the Chinese like helicopters or something coming through New Orleans and attacking this place. I had a dream about that, Stranded. So it's a similar dream to what I had. That's scary. Well, all seriousness, it's a scary thing. All seriousness, I had a dream like that too, Stranded, and that very well may be. Yeah, that's the fort Anthony McQuaid's talking about. Stranded, I am fine, and I don't mind you. In all seriousness, I don't mind you sharing that. Personally, I don't know what the other people think, but you could share that. That's fine. And whatever happens, happens. I live in a war zone all the time because of the area. Sometimes like a war zone here already. So it's like, what would be new? What would be new? Yeah, I agree, Stranded. It makes sense. Amen. Time, time Duff. Yes. Amen. Time Duff. Oh, we'll look in the interior, bro. Facts. Yeah, that's the interior. That's the interior of the fort. Yeah, the cannons right here. Yeah, so this is the fort, and that's the, and these are the cannons. It reminds me of the Civil War stuff that I saw in Kentucky. Amen, Stranded. Yeah, and so there's the spiritual warfare. There's a lot of music, there's movies, there's influences that are trying to corrupt the people, and the aliens, the ETs, or at least a lot of the ones that we're seeing, are interdimensional. And I will say this again: that the alien mummy friend of ours, it is likely a type of, like, it could be used to distort reality for us and say, like, oh, this is what we came from and the Bible's wrong. Or they could say, like, this thing is what people should believe in because it comes from something else and debunk Christianity. So, and it could be, a hoax from whatever it is, or if it is real, whatever it is. If it's real or not. It could be used in the midst of the chaos. There could be an opportunity to use that thing to cause a mass deception. Or things like it. Because in the spiritual warfare, they'll have these things where you'll have people being deceived. Like the Bible talks about, the elect will be fooled by the Antichrist. So everybody be on guard. And Stranded, I think it's important to share the dreams and stuff, like I am. The dreams I've had that are frightening, and you too. Because it's important that people know the truth, even if it hurts. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen. I mean, it's best that we know it's going to happen to prepare. And it's also good to worry about something, to be prepared, and to worry if something's is happening at the moment also. Like, while in this moment, everybody be calm, because nothing's going on right now, but be prepared and only be concerned, like, be freaked out, something's going to happen. But even if something happens, remain calm all the time as much as you can. Very easily said, but not easily done. So always remain as calm as possible if situations were to happen. And I'm glad, Stranded, that you shared that with us. Thank you. And Duff says, every time we have a power outage, a surge here in my town, I rejoice it causes, cause it may be when it really hits the fan. No hopium. I don't know if that was a word. I don't know. Just being faithful to the Lord. Yeah, amen, Duff. Amen. I totally agree. And you can basically, yeah, amen. I do agree. And remember when I had an outage and Stranded, I see what you're saying and I'm going to comment on what you're saying. Amen, Stranded. But so basically, Hurricane Ida and New Orleans and things. I remember it was more simplistic. I was focusing on the word. I always focus on the word in the Bible, but also there is a lot of time to read and things. So yes, and the outage, I mean, the moon was beautiful. I could show y'all some pictures of it. It was beautiful. It was gorgeous. And it was very haunting and scary looking to some, because New Orleans is very haunting and scary looking. And so basically, what happened was that I agree, Duff, that the outages can, and like, drawing closer to God. Alright, so Strain has a very good statement. That basically, they're saying how, I don't know if it can still be found, but it's buried. But 9/11, there was a picture of one of the twin towers on fire. In the smoke, you could see the face of Satan. Yeah, Stranded. 9/11 is a topic that I'm also going to talk about on here as well. That basically, with 9/11, Peach one time on one of the streams that she was watching, she sent me something about that, and I've seen the face. There's a lot of demonic images posts plastered on from the flames from the buildings, and also you can see, yes, I've seen that too, Stranded, and we talked about it on the stream before. And also, Stranded, the Mothman was spotted in the around the 9/11 tragedy, in the flames and stuff, and the smoke. Yeah, I like that. So that you have the Union Jack, and you have the American colonial flag. That was the flag before it was the American flag, and George Washington wanted to keep the Union Jack, but they took George Washington's coat of arms and put the stars as states. All right. Yeah, that's one of the demon faces. That was funny, Essie. Alright. So this is what Stranded is talking about. It's these faces, is these things that were, like, you can see in the smoke, these demonic, satanic faces in the smoke of the trade centers. And I'm going to talk more about 9/11 also, and about, because I've studied a lot about it. And here are the other ones. You have these different faces and apparitions that were seen inside the explosion. And, you know, some people think, you know, it's like, this is a newspaper about it. Yeah, so that, you know, that was a terrible situation that happened. And I think around 9/11, I was in preschool. I was not a baby. I was in preschool. I was at school at the time. It was when I was chasing around butterflies and things. It was being cute, and also basically what happened was the from what I've people said and vaguely what I could remember from that time period in my childhood, that the country was more united back then. The race and the different things, it didn't matter back then. And also, like, all Americans came together. And there's a lot of unity in the country. And I feel that the country is now too divided, in my opinion. Oh, wow. Interesting, Essie. Uh-oh. They're going to say, hi, Essie. That was funny, Anthony. I did not know that, Duff. Thank you for sharing that with us. I did not know that. Because with the towers, you have these planes that are heading towards all the way to Los Angeles from New York. It's carrying a lot of jet fuel. So that's going to cause a lethal explosion like you can see in the image right here. That when you have a lot of jet fuel and things like that, that's what happens. Yeah, okay, Stranded. Thank you for sharing that with us. That you saw that in the paper around 9/11, the time of that, yes. Yeah, there you go. That's a bigger picture of it. Yeah, Essie says I made a outdoor fireplace at my house. Probably one of the favorite things I like to do in fall is sit outside. Yeah, Essie, I would love to do that with you one day. Be with you around the campfire. That'd be really cool, dude. All of us, of course, at the same time as well. But yes, I would like to go chill with you, do that one day, Essie. It's very cool. Very good question, Stranded. Very good question. I have to, I have to think back because I don't. I think I do remember. I do remember when it happened. I think I do. And so, but I may not remember all of it, and I could be remembering the wrong thing. So either I don't remember it, I would have to really give it some thought, or I do remember it. Like I think I don't know what it was for. I remember some military people walked in the classroom, and I'm thinking something's going on here. Like I knew enough to think like there's something going on, but I did not know about 9/11 until a couple of years later. But yeah, so that's something I do recall, that there's people from the military in the classroom. Like I knew something was going on with the country. Like that's what I remember. Something was going on with the country, and it was a frightening situation. But yes, I do remember when I was that young. I don't remember it like it was yesterday, but I remember it like a distant memory. Remember, I liked to drink my like milk and orange juice out of the what's it called? This like big jug, this plastic jug, and I would drink my orange juice and milk. I liked it. When I was at the place, I remember washing my hands in the bathroom at the school, and yeah, I remember we were like chilling outside and seeing the butterfly. Things like that. Remember my blonde red hair at the time. It's more like reddish blonde. And so yeah, I remember like bits and pieces of it. So I think I do remember the incident vaguely. Right, and so basically with the 9/11 hijackers, I'll show you them. So basically we have this one, and it was the one that hit the first World Trade Center. This was the guy that flew the plane into the first building. Right here. Muhammad Atta. And graphic warning for chat that might be disturbed. Viewer discretion is advised. And that's in more pictures of him. That's when he was younger, and that's him like in the, what's it called, that picture, the driver's license. And the guy with the goatee flew the plane into the South Tower, and the one, Muhammad Atta, he flew it into the first one. That's Muhammad. He just always has that. He doesn't have a smile or anything. That was him going through the airport, going to hijack the plane. And he was stopped at the airport because his bag didn't clear. Because they had this computer that detected terrorism or something, and they didn't They detected his bag was bad, and they had to check it, and he accused them of racial profiling. The nerve. But they let him through anyway, and one of the bags was left behind. He didn't take with him, and then he went on his way to death, to holy war. And also, this is Zayjara, the white guy with the beard, because Arabs can be white, they're white ones. So the white guy with the beard, he was the one that crashed in Pennsylvania, that was heading towards the Capitol building. And this one was the one that flew it into the other building. That was them. That was their martyrdom. They're discussing their wills. And Al Qaeda released this video. They released the video of these two in 2006. Alright. So, basically, because there's people that died, like there's people that had relatives that were on these planes, and they died. And when you have jet fuel, all that jet fuel, it's like going very, very fast into one of those buildings. The building wasn't designed to handle that, because the beams and stuff that were put like inside of it, the stuff like the different things are put inside of it, the different mechanisms, and so it hit and just sliced through like butter. And there's pictures at Ground Zero during the time before the towers fell of the different parts of the plane all over the place. Exactly, Stranded. And basically, the country was more united back then and patriotic. And I don't know, something happened. Something's not right. I agree, chat. Something is not right. And I don't want people to, as I said, it's not a war on Muslim people. The Al Qaeda people attack Muslims and over there in the Far East. And the Taliban doesn't like them either. So, so basically, it brought the country unity. Like Peach was saying, how they prayed, like people prayed more, they went to church, the country was united. And I remember growing up after 9/11, the country was very patriotic. I remember in first grade and stuff, it was patriotic. And I remember Transformers when that came out, and that was a very patriotic movie. And I remember even 2008 and 2009 when I was at the summer camp I was telling you all about before. And it was all cool. Everybody was getting along. It was all chill. And then as the 2011, maybe 2010 sort of, but 2012, 2011, it just, something switch turned off. I don't know what. Terrible. May the people, that were in this tragedy rest in peace. Amen. A lot of people lost loved ones and families. I study about 9/11 stuff all the time, and I would be glad to, if y'all have had any curiosity about it, I'm glad that y'all are asking questions. There's nothing wrong with asking questions. It's all good. And you see, when you have all right. And I see chat has some questions. I'll get to y'all in a moment. And this is the new one they have now. That's where the two other ones were. They made it into a museum. It's like a memorial, of course. And that's where the new one is. right, chat. Let's see. Duff says the true story about the World Trade Centers is a movie called The Walk. Very good one. A guy who walked into the tightrope. Oh yeah, I know about that movie. Thank you for sharing that with us, Duff. All right, Anthony McQuaid. It was like a 15-story building collapsing on top of a 70-story building. Is why they came straight down, not implosion. Right, exactly, Anthony. Thank you for making that clear. Exactly. Yeah, it was like a 15-story building on top of a 70-story building. That's why it came down straight, not an implosion. Right. So basically, you had this situation with the towers. And I liked studying things about construction. I didn't go to college for it or anything. It's just things that I studied about it, and I like building things. So basically, you have this situation, especially with Tower 1. Muhammad Atta, he went to Cairo University, and he was very, very smart. And he studied engineering and construction, and he was going to be an engineer and do construction. And he was talking, there's a time where he may have had a potential girlfriend, and Muhammad Atta was very strict with his religion. Very, very strict that other people, Muslims and people, thought he was a little bit odd. Some people thought he was very cool, charming, that guy that everybody liked. And he had a Christian friend when he was in Germany. But basically, he studied engineering, and Osama bin Laden also. He studied engineering too. And over in Saudi Arabia, he studied a lot. That guy studied a lot of things in college about engineering and business and stuff. And so they knew what they were doing with this to take the building down. So when Muhammad Atta crashed it into the building, he cut off all the floors where people can evacuate down, because when they built the towers, they didn't build any exterior, on the other areas of the tower outside of the core where they could have emergency exits, because they weren't thinking that there was going to be a couple of jackasses ramming it directly into the building, running a plane into a building, a Boeing into a building. No one thought that. So it cut off on the North Tower all those stories up. People were trapped. Like Windows in the World was a restaurant, and a lot of people jumped. And that's what, basically the situation. They knew what they were doing, and they hit the buildings, and they went to flight school in Florida, actually. They went to Florida for flight school. Yes, Anthony. I don't know if that's a word or not, but yes. That makes sense. That he says the cement outer shell dustified. Exactly. That's a good analogy. And Stranded was saying, correct. Yeah, exactly. Stranded saying there really wasn't racism back then like they want the young generation to believe. I'm not saying there wasn't racist individuals, but it wasn't widespread like they say it was. Exactly. That's the newer one. And they built it differently. Oh, Anthony, really? He knew somebody. Your brother knew somebody that worked in Windows on the World. Wow, that's very that's very sad. Yeah, that time, yeah. They couldn't have survived because the plane hit below Windows of the World, and they were just trapped. And it was like smoke coming out. It was like a chimney, and it was very, very, very hot, and there was no way out. May you rest in peace, amen. Exactly, Stranded. The flight instructor conducted the FAA and FBI. They contacted them because the guys were interested in learning how to take off and land. Take off or land. They just wanted to know how to control the plane in the air. Exactly. Because when they were in Florida, they did not care about landing. They cared about just flying it in the air. That's true. That's the new World Trade Center. My grandpa knew some people that worked there, but they weren't there on the day that it happened. Like they were gonna go there and they saw the building on fire. That's my grandpa knew somebody that was up there. That's when the towers were being constructed. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know about that. So my ex-dad knew someone that survived it. Oh wow, SE. He said that he saw people picking stuff up in the rubble, and they came up to him and said, "Didn't see us pick that up." Read that again. Yeah, SC. A lot of people saw paranormal things during the 9/11 thing, like while the in the rubble. People saw paranormal activity. There is some lady in some kind of folklore that they saw there, like some ghost lady that does stuff like retrieving souls and SE, and also people after they went through some event, the mind could play tricks I'm not saying I believe the person. I'm just saying that sometimes you might see something that might not be totally there, but I do believe the person, and they probably saw some kind of paranormal thing. That's what I'm leaning towards. And I will say it's a traumatic thing to go through that. This thing was built in the 60s. Wow, that's a long time ago. I thought this building construction reminded me of Mission Impossible, the TV show. Oh, yeah, exactly, Anthony. I agree. Like, back in the 60s, people didn't think that people were going to fly a plane into it. But, like, if they would have put more of a powerful, like the Empire State Building, that building could handle getting hit by a plane, in my opinion, from what I've researched. But the World Trade Center wasn't designed like that. If they would have put more better things on the exterior of it, it would have fared out better. Remember, this was in the 60s, this was built. That Strain had said the CEO of the company she worked for at the time was on his way to World Trade Center for a meeting and was in traffic for a few blocks away when the first tower got hit. Wow. Wow, that's crazy. Wow. That's pandemonium. The people in Trinidad said the people involved made many practice runs going in and out of terminals to get a feel for how going through security worked several months before. Airport workers kept seeing these same guys and reported. Exactly, Stranded. That's very true. And they went on practice flights. Yes, that's very true. And SE, this was built in the 1960s in a different time period with different type of planes. And the Boeing is a modern plane, and it had thousands and thousands of gallons of jet fuel. And I would feel the same way, Essie, that was heading towards Los Angeles. So all that jet fuel and it going that fast, that's why it went through the building, and it wasn't designed to handle it. No one was expecting a passenger airliner like that to go as fast as it could into the building like that. And the way the angle and the stuff the people hit the buildings caused it to fall. Yes, Anthony, you're right. There's no bombs inside the building, no. Because it's like, in my opinion, because it's like you would have had to, while it was constructed, this big thing being constructed in the 60s, you would have had to have put it in there. And how would you put the bombs in the building while all these people were there? I mean, a plane hit it. No one thought that a couple of little rascals would go fly a giant, and that they weren't even building planes like that at that time. Like, we're going to look at the. And you see SC, and if I were you, I'd feel the same way, but this plane was intentionally trying to hit the building, and it had thousands and thousands of gallons of jet fuel going to Los Angeles across the United States. So think about from where you are, SE, all the way to Los Angeles. And like say if you're gonna put a point from where you are to where Latina is, not Los Angeles, but in California. So that's a lot of jet fuel going as fast as it can, and it's a modern Boeing plane. And you see how it looks? That's the shape of a plane. And yes, your dad is a smart man, and he sounds like a cool dude. And also, the engineer, one of the people that had to do with the building of the World Trade Center, was saying that it makes sense how it collapsed. And I know things from welding and smithing, from the because I'm interested in swords and things like that, and my ancestors in Germany were blacksmiths. And when you heat metal, when you have thousands of gallons of jet fuel exploding like that, and heating with jet fuel the fire like that, and it's heating metal, when you heat the metal and iron, it bends, and you're able to do stuff with it. Like, say if I was a blacksmith, right, and I took a piece of hot metal, and I hit it on the anvil, and the metal's weak and more flexible. So when you have all this jet fuel exploding on the building, and the angle that it hits it at the core, it's going to cause it to collapse because the metal is very weak, and it's going to collapse it's going to cave in like this, create a suction, and it's going to collapse like a domino effect, in my opinion. But SC, I understand your point, and thank you. And it's one of the guys work in the military. I no. These gentlemen were from Saudi Arabia, and the other one was from Lebanon. They were from the Far East. They weren't from here. I can go look it up, but I don't think any of them were in the military. And you see all that smoke, and you see this. You see that explosion. These children are trying to go to Disneyland in California. They were trying to these 3-year-olds and little kids and stuff, and they're just trying to have a good time. And this dude went and flew it into a building. You know, Al Shari. He's the one that did it in that one, in the South Tower. And that's a lot of jet fuel. All right, SC, and your dad, I understand his education, and I've done research from people that are also engineers and things like that from the internet. That sort of research that people that had to do with the construction, and were also engineers that disagree with the point, but I'll believe what I want, and that's my opinion. And thank you, SC, and your father. I respect his position and what he did. Okay, thank you for sharing that with us. And also, we'll go over here to these other images I have. Okay. Planes. Okay. Go into this other window. That's fine. Now this is graphic warning for everybody. Viewer discretion is advised. This is the ground. This is the ground area where the towers were hit, and you're going to see some graphic things. And these are pictures of the plane parts and people parts. And right here, so that's the World Trade Center. That's the fires, and that's all the splattered people and parts of the plane. There you go. That's the World Trade Center. I got that. And also, you know, these images. The parking lot, the ground, pieces of the plane. And look, you got a piece of the plane right there. And stuff like that. And right here, there's pieces of seats. And that debris was found on 130th Liberty Plaza. On the top. Lorraine Bay's logbook found in Flight 93 crash site. And this is United Airlines ticket to San Francisco. Well, it's not Los Angeles. I kept on saying Los Angeles. They're going to San Francisco. There. That's what I meant. And this is some watches and some things that they found in the wreckage and the people. That's for United Airlines. Some IDs of people. So those are some of the images from like the bottom part, like the impact, like the ground zero area. You know, and there's families that lost their little children. They lost their little children that day in those planes. And they lost their relatives. And you could hear Zaid Jarrah, his glorious martyrdom, I'm sarcastic, his martyrdom message. And now Zaid Jarrah was very hesitant to carry the plot out. And he was like huffing and puffing because he was more westernized. And he just kind of went with the wrong crowd. And you could hear his voice and hear the transcript when he says there's a bomb on the plane, he said. And it's the same voice. It is sad, Amanda. It is sad. And there's a guy named Stanley. He was a black guy. He's still alive. And he was in his office on the phone. And he saw the plane hit the building, his room, where he was. He saw the plane come and hit the building, and he ducked under a table, and he miraculously survived. Yeah, like, there's people that saw the plane coming and told about it. And also, Anthony says, they also found a stewardess still tied to a chair in the ground. Yeah. It's very sad, and they saw people that were stuck in their seats. But a lot of the images were taken off the internet, or probably on other parts of the internet we can't access right now. And yeah, and I wish this never happened. I wish all these people were still here, but they're not. And like I don't know what to tell you, SE, about the situation. It's like, and I understand, and the position, and you can see the pictures of the plane parts all over the ground, and the bodies and stuff, the people that just exploded, and basically, like, these were engineers that hit the building. Like they knew how to hit it, and when you have all that jet fuel and that kinetic energy going very very fast as it can, hitting a building from the 1960s. Well, that's what happens, and the way it fell. Okay, so basically, when you have the structure, as you could see in the picture, and you have thousands of gallons of jet fuel heating the iron columns, heating the iron. The building was not designed to withstand that particular situation. And then eventually gets weak and it falls and it causes a suction and it implodes and it like goes down like a, what's it called? Dominoes. And another thing I want to point out, that the South Tower was leaning and it opened up when it imploded and fell in. It's like you have to watch the thing doing that. It's like, it opens up and it was leaning over. And SE, feel free to think what you want. I showed you the images of the plane parts on the ground and the people splattered everywhere and all, and you could think what you want. You have a right to your opinion. That's fine. And your dad sounds like a really cool, smart dude. And he was an engineer. It's pretty cool. I've never been to, a university at all. I just study things on the internet from people that went to those places. Exactly, Strand. They jumped because they were in desperation because they were trapped. Exactly, Stranded. And also Trump said he saw people jump also. Amen, Amanda. Amen. I agree. May they all rest in peace. We got another one to show y'all. Graphic warning for chat. In SC, as I said, nothing against you or your father. I'm just showing you my opinion. Alright, so this is a piece of the plane hanging off the building. And then all those people were burning in there. And that's the United Airlines. And it was just burning. And that's the piece of the plane hanging off the building. And we could see the diagram here, how it hit the building. And how it hit on that angle. And the person that posted this is fascinated with the World Trade Center, like I am. And you can see the impact, what it did. And right here. And then you have the thick, high-density parts like the engine and fuselage explode outward. Here's a landing gear for Flight 175. So you see right there, that's a piece of 175 right there. In the explosion. And there it is right there in a museum because they retrieved it from the crash site. And amen, Amanda. Amen. And that's the pieces of it flying. And there it is right there. Behold, a piece of the airplane right there on the street in New York. All right. As I said, very graphic. I must do what I must do. All right, so that was graphic, and we could look at a better picture of this building. And also, Stranded says there's a positive story. A worker who was blind, his guide dog led him and several other people through the smoke and stairs so they could get out. Well, that's a great story. Well, there's a lot of great stories, like the story of Stanley. I'll get that one up. The black guy that saw the plane hit the building, because he had a good story in the end. But there's a lot of positive stories that happened. I remember how basically that when you have the situation that there is a woman that was staring at the plane hitting the building, and this guy was working and he was leaving the building, and this woman was standing there like scared and shocked, and the guy picked her up and brought her on a ferry, and they went across to safety. And then both towers fell by the time that they were across the lake or whatever, body of water. So that's a positive story. A lot of positive things came out of this. And SE, thank you for sharing that. And I understand your father. I'm not calling him dumb. I'm not, or anybody that you're referring to. Very brilliant people. And I've studied things from people that were also engineers. And the experts sometimes can be wrong. I mean, sometimes people can be wrong. I could be wrong. Anybody could be wrong, hypothetically. But, he was smart. He was your father, and he was good at what he did. I don't deny that. I'm not, I'm just showing you like a picture of a plane hitting a building and the parts of the building on the ground. And it hanging off the World Trade Center itself. I mean, what am I supposed to think? And people that saw the plane hit the building that survived. And you got to remember that the Boeing was going very, very fast. It had tons of jet fuel. It's heating iron. And iron metal moves around. And it's not as hard. It's not harsh. When it gets melted, metal just gets like dough. And it just collapses. Like a blacksmith. Like, say, like, if I'm making a sword. Which I'm going to show the other thing in a moment. You see, like, when a blacksmith makes a sword on an anvil, which I have an anvil, you see when the metal is heated, the metal gets very hot, and you could shape it into all kinds of things. So when metal is that hot, from thousands of gallons of jet fuel that was going to San Francisco, it gets weak, and it has all that weight on top. Tons and tons and tons of weight in these weak metal things that are heating up and getting like that, and it falls. In SC Wolverines, I understand what you're saying, but I disagree. That you could see the explosion when it hits the building. The jet fuel is very very hot, and perhaps the jet fuel they have now or at that time was much much hotter than maybe the time that you're referring to. But no, the jet fuel was very hot, and it hit the building. Like, think of a plane crash and the explosion. Or I'll even mention this, SC Wolverines. This is something that'll explain something else from the World War II. There was kamikaze pilots in World War II, and they crashed into the American ships. So in World War II, the Japanese had these kamikaze pilots that crashed into hard iron American ships, and they exploded and sunk. Oh, Stranded. That is a turn. That is a twist. That is a twist. Stranded, about the husband cheating. Oh wow, that's a twist. And you see, SC, this is a kamikaze pilot crashing a tiny World War II plane with tiny World War II fuel inside an American ship. So this happened in World War II. And you have this, and the kamikazes, they crash into U.S. Ships. And as I said, we can agree to disagree about 9/11. Okay, bro. Thank you, SE. And that's cool that your dad did that. And I value your opinion and your dad's analysis about the situation. All right. Yeah, but this is like a kind of an off subject, but that was during World War II. The kamikaze pilots, they hit Pearl Harbor, but that was a little bit different because in the Navy, Japan in World War II, they would attack the ships, and they would fly into them. But anyway, we have that. Exactly, Amanda. Because Amanda says it's okay to disagree. It was still a tragic day in New York for all the Americans. And SC, from your position, I would feel the same way. Okay, I would feel the same way from the position that you have. But as I said, we can agree to disagree. Agree to disagree. This is a happy story. So the story was that Ron, a man named Ron, so a group stood and debating their next move. A faint scream for help coming inside the 81st floor caught Clark's attention. While his group continued to debate what to do, Clark grabbed a coworker, Ron, and entered into the 81st floor and looked for the person screaming for help. And Brian Clark saved Stanley from the mess. So that was the guy. The black guy was the one that was saved by the white guy from the World Trade Center. And the black guy was the one that says he saw the plane coming towards the trade center where he was. Right. And I was thinking about UFOs. So that's my position on 9/11. And Stranded says when the plane hit, military was scanning out over the Atlantic for an invasion because at the time they never imagined an attack coming from inside the border. Oh, Stranded, that makes sense. That makes sense. I remember I saw the 9/11 documentary when I was in like third, fourth grade on the computer, the Windows XP, and the over there. Actually, where I started my YouTube channel, the Hansel Cat channel, which is the same channel this one is. It was just renamed. And then I saw the whole documentary. It was heartbreaking. It really was. Yeah, so that was about the 9/11 topic, and I was glad to share my thoughts about that. And we got some interesting things about UFOs. All right. We got some UFO stuff going on here, chat. And thank you for sharing your thoughts about the situation, your opinion, SE. Thank you. NASA UFO report finds no evidence of extraterrestrial origins from UAP sightings. Uh-oh, censorship. NASA UFO study team released its long-awaited first report today, a new chief to study the phenomenon. NASA commissioned the independent panel of experts in 2022 in order to inform NASA and other government agencies how better data might be collected and analyzed in an attempt to understand UFOs or unidentified anomalous phenomena. In Stranded, I was intended to talk about the 9/11 topic anyway, and I'm going to talk about it more in different streams and videos, but I want to bring it up this time. And so basically, and it's okay, Stranded, you can open up cans of worms in the spaceship, because we know we got the possums to clean it up. And that their race wasn't a problem back then. That's the same thing that Peach also said, that race wasn't a problem, and the situation with our country has gone way downhill. And it's terrible what's happened, and something fishy's going on. So yeah, Stranded, you didn't do anything wrong. And SC Wolverines, you're fine. You're not dumb. Not at all. NASA commissioned the independent panel of experts in 2022 in order to inform NASA and the government agencies how better data might be collected and analyzed in the attempt to understand UFOs, or unidentified anomalous phenomena. As they're now known, the term was adopted by the U.S. Department of Defense in order to encompass not only objects or events in the air that can't immediately be identified, but also those underwater or in space or that travel between domains. Interesting. Exactly, Stranded. The top takeaway from the study is that there is a lot more to learn, NASA Administration Nelson said Thursday, September 14, while releasing the report. NASA independent study team did not find any evidence that the UAP have an extraterrestrial origin, but we don't know what these UAPs are. And one thing that I will say about the 9/11 situation, very terrible, and I don't think that a plane like that intentionally hitting a building has ever been tested out before. So I don't know if there would be a wide knowledge of what that impact would do, especially to an older building like that, in my opinion, because you have to think about that no person has tested that out, obviously, because they wouldn't be alive. So the hijackers were the ones that, they're the ones that would be testing it out, as a joke. So yeah. So, as I said, no one's dumb. It's just like with school. They told us that the aliens weren't real and the Nibiru wasn't real, but the experts were incorrect because I was correct about that. And my friend was too. And so, but as I said, I can be wrong. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And I'll accept that. I didn't go to college. I just learned stuff online. Now, Duff, are you? There's. It's kind of confusing because there's a flight 93, and basically with the flight 93, that just crashed in a field. But yeah, it would weaken it because the impact and the oil, not the oil, the gas, the fuel rather, yeah, it would definitely cause like a nuclear type situation. It would get nuked, like theoretically, just saying like as a saying. Yeah, it would be yes, Duff, yes. Answer your question, yes. To investigate further, NASA is appointing a director of UAP research developed to oversee the UAP research. Nelson announced, "We will use NASA expertise to work with agencies to investigate UAPs," he said. Oh, 1993. I know. Okay. Oh, oh. Because there was a Flight 93. this man. This man's a riot right here. At present, analysis of UAP data is hampered by poor sensor collaboration, the lack of multiple measurements, the lack of sensor metadata, and the lack of baseline data, the report states, making a concerted effort to improve all aspects vital to NASA's expertise should be comprehensively leveraged as part of a robust systematic data acquisition strategy. And that's a good thing to point out that the terrorists were trying to blow up the building in 93 also. leverage as part of a robust systematic data acquisition strategy within the whole of the government framework. During a press briefing held Thursday, September 14, at NASA headquarters in Washington, D.C., Nelson described the lack of data surrounding the topic, adding that because UFO sightings are often unpredictable and fleeting, they are difficult to study scientifically. Think about it, most UAP sightings recently in very limited data. That makes it even more difficult to draw a scientific conclusions about nature of UAPs, Nelson said during the briefing. And so this independent study team brought together some of the world's leading scientists, data and artificial intelligence experts, and aerospace safety specialists, all with specific charge for me, which is to tell how to apply the full focus of science and data to UAP. Other NASA leaders echoed this, noting that alleged UAP often remain unidentified solely due to the lack of clear data gathered on them. UAP are one of our planet's greatest mysteries, said Nicola Fox, Associate Administrator for the agency's Science Mission Directorate. While there are numerous eyewitnesses accounts, the visuals associated with UAP, they're not consistent, they're not detailed, and they're not curated observations that can be used to make definitive scientific conclusions about the nature of the origin of UAPs. Meanwhile, Dan Evans, Assistant Deputy Associate Administrator for the research at NASA's Science Mission Directorate, framed the agency's UAP study efforts in terms of airspace safety. The presence of UAP raises serious concerns about the safety of our skies, and it's this nation's obligation to determine whether these phenomena pose a potential risk to airspace safety. Evans says, let's not forget the UAPs. We can assure that our skies remain safe for all. To do this, group report recommends NASA should leverage the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, and its aviation safety reporting system. The report also includes several images of alleged UAP, both those that have been identified and those that remain unexplained, including the one that appears to show metallic orb-like object flying without known methods of propulsion. Due to limited data, the object remains unidentified, the report notes. By approaching the topic with serious scientific scrutiny, the report argues the agency could not help remove taboos and stigmas associated with the study of UFOs, which has long been viewed as pseudoscientific. NASA's very involvement in gathering future data will play an important role in reducing stigma associated with UAP reporting, which very likely leads to data alteration. At present, the report states NASA's long-standing public trust, which is essential for communicating findings about these phenomena to citizens, is crucial for designating UAP reporting in scientific research. UFOs or UAPs have been a focus on U.S. government scrutiny over the last several years due to the former intelligence community personnel, military surveillance service members coming forward to share what they claim encounters with unidentified objects or anomalies, phenomena in the skies. Yeah, because there's a lot of people in the military that have seen these UAPs, and Peach and others have mentioned that. A former Pentagon intelligence officer and U.S. Air Force veteran even testified to congressional subcommittee in July 2023 that the American government has been hiding evidence of crashed UAP and evidence of biological non-human intelligence. Non-conclusive proof of these claims has been put forward, but several members of the United States Congress have nonetheless been vocal in their support of investigating them. Despite these claims, the head of the Pentagon's new UFO study organization, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, testified at the United States Senate Committee on Armed Services in April 2023 that this office has no credible evidence thus far extraterrestrial activity, off-world technology, or objects that defy the known laws of physics. SC, I have seen that. I have seen that. The Chinese things over Hawaii, yeah. But I'm talking about the laser thing. Not the laser hitting Hawaii. I'm thinking about there's some lights or something over there. But yeah, I'm not seeing that specific thing. But the thing about Hawaii, that the conditions are very dry, and the grass and stuff, and the hurricane caused the weather patterns to be a certain way, and a transformer, the notion is a transformer exploded and caused the fire, but, you know, maybe it's not, people think. Maybe it's something else, people think. And as I said, feel free to disagree, agree to disagree. 1, 2, 3. I see a possum drinking tea. You know, like, and he's supposed to be working on the electrical things in the spaceship. So NASA's making their statement about the UFO reports, and I think they're just hiding stuff. Like, I think they have the evidence, but they're just not showing it. Now, Anthony, do you want me to put your email in the chat for SE? So yeah, so basically the NASA reported no evidence, but I believe they have the alien emails. You know, I believe that. Yeah, you know what, SE? Email me and I'll send you his email. Okay? Just email me. Yeah, email me, SE, and I'll send it to you through email. Okay, I'll do that. I'll send it to you through email. Yeah, you're gonna have to demote the possum. Yep. I will, SE, I will. You know, I think, chat, basically the possum has been acting up. And I got something else to talk about. And internet's being silly. Oh, there we go. Residents report rocket launch sighting over Las Vegas Valley. Several residents in Las Vegas reported seeing a rocket launch in the sky late Thursday. The reports come after a launch took place at the Vandenberg Space Force Base in California shortly before 7:30 p.m. Known as the FLTA 003. One of the explanations why the rich people didn't have a problem was because their grass and their houses were designed a certain way, like the grass is a certain way and the houses are a certain way where it would be less likely for a fire to happen. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what an explanation was. And also, all the regular people's houses were not designed right and the grass was wrong, so that's an explanation. But it doesn't mean it's correct. That was just one that was said. Okay. Hopefully that's better. How's the connection, chat? Yeah, so I'll do, see, because there's something, because the connection is working, but it's having some issues. So, like, I'll do those articles in the next one, or I'll make a video about it also. And then on the next one, the connection will be working better than this time. And also, yeah, it's interesting, Amanda, the stuff that happens in your area. And, so basically in Las Vegas, there is a rocket launching, and everybody was seeing it in Las Vegas, and it was very interesting and captivating. And that's what they were doing. And also, what they were doing was they're very captivated by that situation. And as I said, I'll do videos and another stream about it another time. But thank you, Amanda, for sending me the articles. Okay, maybe it's working better now. It just, when I was opening up, because the connection, the Wi-Fi needs to be reset probably. I get that done tomorrow, but so I'm not going to look at the other articles and things I was going to talk about tonight. I'll do that next one, and I'll also make pre-recorded videos about that. But yeah, so it's basically, with the UFOs and things and alien stuff, I think it's fascinating that people are seeing the rocket launches and taking interest in that. Amanda, it's very interesting what's happening in your area. I like how NASA has this thing painted. It's really cool. Uh-oh. His PlayStation controller isn't working. And yeah, so Stranded, you're not buying the thing with the grass. I think that with the alien stuff, we have to keep on, that it is real. There is something there, and that they just don't want us to know about it, in my opinion. All right, Anthony. So basically, with this possum, like I put a possum short out, and Stranded was saying that it's now a new member of the spaceship and it'll be washing dishes. And then the possum was supposed to be working on the electrical stuff. And then the cat texted me and said that Stranded said it gave the possum some time off. And then the stream started lagging. And then she was saying how it needs to be demoted because it was drinking tea. Yeah, the cat will have engineering duties, no breaks. Y'all are funny. Anthony and the other one are funny. Essie. Alright, so basically, I don't know if I caught it. What are y'all doing this weekend? Are y'all doing anything interesting? I was wondering. That was something I mentioned earlier that I didn't get an answer to. But y'all don't have to answer that. And, yeah, so basically, I like NASA. I think it's a cool place. And I think they had something like that out here. Yeah, exactly, Anthony. Exactly. Right, so, exactly. Exactly. And also, basically, with the aliens and stuff that we're talking about, I think with the Greys and different things like that, that they have infiltrated stuff from different realms and things, and that's coming out, and that's what the UAP things we're seeing are. Yeah, Anthony, blame the alien man. Oh, the cold medicine. Yeah, so I remember we were talking about the cold medicine stuff and how, basically how they're trying to, do stuff with that. I remember that. And I have not looked into that further, but I am still going to. Right. But I do think the situation with the cold medicine is, it's something to be. I'm glad you brought it up. Yeah, that sounds interesting, Amanda. Glad that you're doing that. And no one has to stay here. People are free to go if they want to. I'm not making anybody stay at the stream. Like, I wouldn't mind just being here by myself. But I like you all with me. So popular. So penyafermine is a main ingredient used in a products like Benadryl, allergy, plus congestion, SFID, PE, and Vicks. The ingredient is many doctors have questioned phenylphrene's effectiveness for years. Many doctors have questioned the effectiveness for years. These products generated nearly 1.8 billion in sales last year alone, according to the data from the FDA that was presented to the Non-Prescription Drugs Advisory. Committee on Monday during the committee's two-day meeting. On Tuesday, the committee voted no on specific question. Do the current scientific data that we were presented support the monograph dosage of orally administered phenylephrine is effective nasal decongestant? No, Stranded, I understand, and you said that before. I was just saying, I know it's late, and people don't have to stay this late if they don't want to. That's all I'm saying. Like, it's like I had these, like, invisible cyber chains I have on these people. Oh my god, it's buffering again. Well, let's skim through this. We could. Okay, I got this. I can do it without the article. I know enough information. Alright. It's gonna start working again. Alright, so basically I can do this without the article, because as I said, next time it'll work better. It'll work better next time. Just, it's having some, it's being interesting. Alright. So anyway. The FDA, as Stranded was telling me, is trying to take this stuff off the shelves. And thinks that these cold medicines thing are not accurate. They're not working well. When people have always used them. So the theory is that they're coming up with some kind of an agenda to stop us from using that, to have us use something else, like the nasal sprays and things, to perhaps get us to use something else that has something in it that's not good for us. That's the theory about it. And Duff, to answer your question, I go live on Thursday and Friday nights. And as I said, I don't mind doing, I'm going to do other ones too as well, but they have not been scheduled yet. Thursday, Friday, 11 p.m. Central. Those are the only ones for now. But there'll be more different types. And I'm going to, I want to do a live from my phone. That'll be very convenient. Yeah. Right, Amanda. So they're basically saying that the chemical phenylephrine is useless. So I think it has to do with censorship and control, that they're trying to push some kind of narrative, in my opinion. And also, so I do agree with Stranded, and I didn't because I was looking at the other things, but yes, so I'm going to continue to look into this. But so the FDA is trying to ban the cold medicines and stuff, and have us use what they want us to use that may not be 100%. Because there's a lot of things that they don't want us to use that might work very well for us because of big pharma and things like that, in my opinion. SE and Anthony, y'all are a riot. Y'all are hilarious. And also, Stranded, do you have any other thoughts about this? About this FDA thing? Why they're trying to ban this? Because I remember your thoughts, and I said your thoughts. If you want to share anything else, that'd be cool. Okay, Stranded. We could get into it next week. That's fine. Mainly, this show had to do with the mummy alien thing, and I reviewed and analyzed the situation with that, and it was very short and sweet. And also, there is a connection glitch here. And I'll get into more things next time, chat. I'll get into more of this in the next one about the different things. It was just that the connection was having some problems, so I was limited. Because I could dive more into it on the other show. And Stranded can co-pilot. And thank you, Amanda, in chat. I'm glad that you all are watching out for the stream, because it's usually supposed to work better. And because it like marches for comfort. It's like marching in place and saying comfort, comfort. That's what like sometimes the connection might do. Exactly, Duff. They try to... It doesn't heal us. It just gives us relief. You're right. And they make more and more money off that. And I know Nurse, like, Peach is a nurse, and she likes alternate things to use instead of the mainstream stuff. And she talks a lot about that. And also, I think, in my opinion, that this is not good, and they're up to something. Yeah, Stranded, you could call in on the next show and talk about it on next Friday. So chat, this topic will be resumed next Friday. You know, I'll also play that video of the guy talking about the alien mummy thing also on the next Friday. Yeah, because this one I just explained what the situation was and my opinions. We looked at some articles and pictures, and the connection was a little bit, in my opinion, not what it could have been, because when I go to an article, it's slow down. I close the article, it fixes itself. So that's why we're looking at Google's screen right now. And also, I think if Anthony and SC were like eating some, what's it called, s'mores over the campfire, I think that would be, well, all of us at the campfire with that would be a really great situation for all of us. I'm hearing the New Orleans train. You know, about celebrities, Joe Jonas is in a divorce. Stranded's hysterical. Okay, Anthony. Well, next Friday's going to be epic. But we're also going to go live Thursday, but some people can't go on the Thursday ones. Oh, there's a friend that wants to see everybody. The alien Halloween pumpkin. Scary. All right, Duff. Tyne Duff, thank you. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. All right. And you know, I covered everything I want to cover, so I am going to have an end to the show. We're going to start wrapping it up soon. And this was an amusement park. This was a very interesting, crazy train. A crazy spaceship. We had a possum that didn't cooperate, and he said sorry, and he's going to go back and reassess himself. And we have the other aliens, the cats that are going to be working on the things. In SE on Thursday, I'll get into ghost stuff and more Halloween stuff. All right, I'll sure to do that. The next stream will be about that on Thursday, and Friday we'll do the other thing about what Strand it was talking about. Yeah, and with the ghost stories and stuff, because I want to focus on Halloween, and I'm going to do, like, Thursday will be Halloween topics and ghosts and stuff like that and paranormal things, and then Friday will be the other stuff. Amanda's hysterical. It's like, they'll be coming for us next. They'll be coming for you next, the ghost. Oh yeah, that's great. That's great. All right. Right, chat. And thank you all for coming. And that'll be it for this stream. All right. Have a very great weekend. All right. Good night, everyone.